just fit, right? But it is what it is. So we take this, now I copy it to all the faces with Control Shift versus Control, wait, let's see, what is it? Control C, and then if I want to paste all faces, it's Control Shift, no, it's just, no, Control Shift V, yeah. And then the next piece is, because we did this face to all faces, that means this top and bottom right here is wrong. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do Alt Shift A, and it makes every face the right dimension that it's supposed to be. So like the one we need to check is this inside face right here. So we click it, and yep, that's a box now. So we need to do the same thing with the next one. The next one is set to 5 point, so we could say like 6 even. Nope, we can't say 6 because then it goes outside. So let's say 5, that's fine. And then let's say 75, and then let's say, oops, let's say 5, okay. And then we could just move it to align it then. Okay, but now the same thing, we fixed the numbers. Now we need to come over here and we need to do Alt Shift A, and then that's going to give us the full, right? And I don't actually have any art that's going to fit. On this panel. So in this case, I would make this smaller. Until it just fits. And then, oh, but we still need to do, we still need this face is still wrong, right? So auto, because this guy should be, oh wait, this is chords, this is size. So size is what we care about. So if this is, sorry, this is a horrible example of just an item to pick, but whatever, it is what it is. Okay, so same thing, so we're going to do Alt Shift A so that it redoes them all. Then we're going to find a good place on the art. And then in this one, I'm going to move this guy down. And then I'm going to do this again. I actually think do it like there. And then we can do all faces. I like to flip these. So I flip that one. Flip this one. Okay. So now we've got no decimals, all of the faces lined up. And then there's something in the middle here. I think for now I'll just delete that to speed this up. And then we've got something else here. We could take this one. And actually we could just copy this or duplicate it because we already did it. It up. Now this is the one, this is, like I said, is just not a great example, but let's grab all these. First thing we're gonna do is, I have no idea. Because the whole point of these is that the sizes are literally decimal based. I don't think I can just drag these. Oh look, round, beautiful, beautiful, round percent, round percent, round percent. Okay, that's actually way better than I thought. So now that we've done that, let's next go reset this side. Next, let's go Alt Shift A. So all their faces should be the right UVs. Let's click a UV to see where they ended up on the panel. They're way over here. And then let's find something. Where could we put them? That'd be nice if they could get like right in there. Just that one. Oh, that's actually not bad. Okay, like right there. Right? We'll copy, paste all, and then Alt Shift A to reset them. So now everybody should be on the right stuff. So let's click a few and test. So none of them are decimals. None of them are decimals. They're all on art. Oops, I moved one. And I'm not saying that this is great. I'm just saying that this is the process I would use to fix something. You could then go through and flip and, or you know, flip and every other and do the normal, you know, normal stuff, or you know, repaint or whatever. But this is the process if you've broken it, to make everything. The best option is don't design it with decimals, but if you already done it. Okay, so now I've got a fully no decimals in my UVs. Everything is 64x, and I should be ready to import it into the game. So there you go. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and this has been a how to struggle to get your stuff into Hytale. If you're at the point where you're watching this guide, keep at it. You got this. You can do it. This is a hard part of it, but once you get it down, and we have plugins coming, I think they'll make this better. So just keep at it. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted. Give me a like. These are hard guides. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell all your friends. If you see Simon, tell him sorry from CyberAxe. Thanks for watching. Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today I'm gonna be showing you something epic. You've been doing Hytale, you've been wanting your characters and Blockbench all fancy colored like. Well, there's a new plugin out today. Thank you for Paste Dev. Oh wow, look at this. You need to right now go over, get into Blockbench, go to available, type in hi, and then click on this Hytale avatar loader. Now, there's a little bit to it. There's just a little bit to it, but look how fancy it looks. Look how fancy she looks. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so check this out. So let's start over. We're gonna open up a character. We're gonna just do, you know, put a namer in there, right? You gotta name it. And then we're gonna go to import, and we're gonna do load Hytale avatar. Now, this is where we got a few steps. We need to tell it where our player character is. It's gonna try to help, but if you've got some abnormal folder that you told it to put it in, you might have to go find this. But what we're gonna do, watch this. We're gonna click. It's gonna take us right there. We're gonna click. This is my character. You might have a few, but this is the one I'm using. I'm gonna click. Now, this is the step you gotta do, right? Okay? We need to go to this folder, and we need to unzip the assets. Okay? Blockbench doesn't have all the assets for the game. You gotta go unzip the asset folder. Okay? I'm gonna show you how to do it easily, I think. Here you go. We're gonna hit OK. It's gonna try to take us as close to here as it can get. So you see how it's gonna be my username, which is your username, app data, roaming, Hytale, install, release, package, game, latest. Okay, now you're not going to have asset there. You're not going to see this. What I'm going to show you is we're going to open up one of these guys, a new folder like, okay? Just a normal manila folder down there, and if you already got one open, you just right click it, and then we're going to click this guy, and it's going to give us one of these, okay? Now watch this. We're going to click this guy up here. We're going to do Control C, or right click it and copy it. And then over here in this guy, we're going to click here, and we're going to do Control V for Victor, and we're going to paste it, and we're going to do enter. And it's going to take us right there, okay? Now, I already have mine done, so I'm going to delete assets so you don't have to. You can watch me do it again. So I'm going to get rid of that guy. I got rid of too much. I got rid of too much. It all disappeared. Okay. So he's going to go bye-bye. It's going to take just a second. Just a second. Yeah, we're going to say goodbye. Go bye-bye. I was just showing you him going bye-bye. You don't need to just take forever. You don't need to take forever. It's going to take forever. So I'm going to just move it over here. We're just going to skip that step, okay? So then I'm going to right-click this assets, right-click it, right-click it, and we're going to do extract, or if you have 7-zip, extract, and see how it says extract too. See, right here, it's going to extract, or extract if you're using that Windows stuff, okay, right, and then it's just going to extract it into that folder. And when it's done, now your computer might take a while. Depends on the speed of that computer. When it's done, you've got an asset folder here. Okay. And then that means this now has an asset folder. And then watch, if you go like that, it's gonna pull up your avatar. Look how good that looks. Look how good that looks. Now you can come over here and you can toggle on and off, right? So you got all the clothing options, and if this is too small, you know you can always move these around. So if you want more space for your collection, you could always move it up here, and you can move your outliner up there, and you can make. Wait, what? Okay, maybe not. Maybe we'll go like that. So now you have a nice long one, and you can do turn on and off the capes. You've got all of the textures over here loading up properly. Check all of that out. It's pretty epic. I'm excited to see what all of you guys do now that you have access to this. Well, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and this has been a Hytale guide on how to get your characters, your specific character, into Blockbench. Now, if you want to make changes, that'll be another guide, but I think in essence, if you're drawing on this stuff and you save it, it's not actually a mod, it's just an asset pack. So I don't think that's going to be it. I got to make you another guide for that step, but at least we got you here where you can get your stuff in and start working on it, and then we'll get you another guide on the next step. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and if you haven't bought the game or your friends are going to buy the game, use my code CyberAxe. It always helps out. And don't forget to like, subscribe, ring that bell. Keep those YouTube overlords happy. And if you got more questions or you'd like guides, come join the Discords. There's a Hytale Dev Discord. That's probably the best place to be right now. And put it in the comments maybe, but the Discords are the best place. Thanks for liking. Howdy. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today I'm going to show you how to add these particles into the right bone so that they look all fancy like. So let's get going. First off, we need to have some bones named in our model. So the first place we're going to start is we're going to start in Blockbench, and we're just gonna make sure that we know what the bone is called that we're gonna want to spawn. So I've just picked one cube and I put it in a bone and I name it, and then I pick a second set of cubes and I'm calling it ring, or I think I'm just calling it ring. And so we have one coming up through here, and then we've got one coming from here. So we have two bones that we know what their names are, and we're going to use those in our model. So what do? We've got our model in the game, so we can see it. We want to make sure that we've got our model and we can see it. And then we're going to open up the asset editor. And you do that through, when you're in creative, through asset editor there. And then it's going to bring up this guy. And we're going to browse to our items. And so we're getting to our items. Now this is a item that converts to a block when you put it down. And so I'm going to show you in the state, but the logic here is going to be the same. Wherever you see this, so drop item, to see item particles, you can add particles in. And wherever you see anywhere that it says particles, so block particles, that's the one we're going to do to show off when it's in its block state. So when it's in its block state, we're going to hit plus, this is, and it'll add one. Hit a plus over there, and it's going to add one. And you might get a little error pop-up, but that's okay. It's just saying that you don't have the system ID yet. So we're going to click system ID, and then we're going to scroll through our list, and we're going to find one we want to do. So if we want to find smoke, for example, then we type smoke, and we find a smoke one. And then where ourself, it's who's doing it. And then this is where we're going to put in our bone. Now they call it a node, but that's what the bone is. So we're going to say the bowl part. And then we've got color, so we could change the color of the particle. And we've got scale. And then we've got some offsets and pitches and other stuff if we need to mess with it, or a detach if we don't want it to move with the entity or the block itself. And then we did another one, and we did neck. I didn't see neck in that. I did not see neck in that model because I just had it in this holdable one. Now if you don't have the bone name right, I think you'll just do it at the bottom. But we have neck here, which is just this side. And I have, right now I'm just messing with how to position it, so that's why I have two in hand and a block version. But I'm not sure that you really need to do that. So back to here, so we have the right bone name set here, or node. I've scaled it down. We could change the color wherever we want the color to be. And then position, I've just put it Y1. So that's it. We've now set all these particles. If you wanted to make your own particle, you could probably put that in there. I haven't done that yet. But that's pretty much all we have to do. We just need to find the places that it says particle. This is in the block version. There's also in the dropped item version, which is what this one is. So this is the dropped item animation, the dropped version. So when it's floating and circling around, we can have a particle coming out of it. I'll show you that in a second. And then there's different places you can have other particles that you just got to find in there in all of these settings, and you can just search for it. So now check out when we break a block, not in OP. See how in that mode it has a little whirlwind particle coming out of it as well. And you can see it's not perfectly aligned because of just how it goes up. So that's where you'd use that offset and you just push it over just a little. And then you can see this one, we changed it. So now it's got this more like fire coming out of it, and then it settles, which looks really good. Like that actually looks really good. You can almost put this at the top and then it would settle down. You can see how the particles have like some concept of physics, so they hit that block. And then here they just look really sick. But look how easy that was. So if you wanted to have the food and have the food have like a sickness or a spoiled, you could just have that coming off of it. It's just that easy. Put a bone in their name and then go into the item or the block version in this case. If you wanted it when it was floating, then same thing. So if like you can see when it's floating, you could have it be that as well. It's that easy. So I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and this is how to get your particles to work off of the bone. We'll do another like how to add particles at some point when I get to that stage. I think the particle editor is actually built in, so you could just go modify that particle right now in the asset editor. So I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Ring that bell. If you have any extra finances around, you could always throw them our way to help out. If you'd like to sponsor some mods or add-ons, that's always nice too. Don't forget to comment down if you have some guides or questions. Join the Discords, help us out. Use CyberAxe as the code if you haven't gotten the game, or if you're going to get the game, or your friends are going to get the game, or their parents are going to get the game, or whatever. Thanks for watching. Howdy. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're going to be talking about how to get your name to show up properly on your item down there. So if we grab our item, see how it says the right name here, right? So how do we get that name to show up on your items properly? It goes in a language file. So what we need to do is we need to make this language file. So inside your mod, inside the server folder, make a languages folder, and I'm doing English-US, and then make a lang file, and you're gonna name it at the beginning with your pack identifier so that they don't get mixed up. And then we're going to say items for this one, and then you can see over here I've got my items.olc_bong_a.name equals, and then the pretty name, the display name we want the customer to see. And then same thing with description. Now once we've got those two done and it's saved, then we're going to come in to our asset editor, and inside the asset editor we're going to go to them, and inside translate properties we're going to select them. So we're going to type in OLC, and we're going to find that specific one. And you can see there's multiples. I'm not sure why I'm getting multiples right now. Maybe I just need to restart the client. But it's down here, OLC, template items, OLC, and then name. And then you can see how it jumped up and it looks good in here. And then same thing with description. You're going to click the right one, and now it looks nice here. Now it won't let you edit in these boxes. To edit it, you got to go back to the language file. We're gonna file this as a bug and ask them to fix this, because we shouldn't have to go to a language file to just update this. It should just work. But right now it doesn't seem like this field connects to where these are going. This doesn't update. So that's how to get your names to show up inside your items so that they look correct. So right here we've got this guy, and he just looks fancy. He looks so fancy. And then if we go in here and we hover over it, you can see the description name, it's consumable, and then it's pretty name. So I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and this has been how to get your items to show their pretty names, their display names. How do we get this display names? Now we'll do this pop-up one later. This is a water variant of that item, and I'm not there yet. We'll do that one down the road. But for right now, we got at least the first items done. So that's how you do it. Don't forget to like and subscribe, ring that bell, keep those YouTube overlords happy. And if you haven't bought the game or you're going to buy the game, get out there and use my code CyberAxe. It sure helps me out so I don't got to go do a normal job. I can just sit here and make you guys more gods and you guys more gods. You guys more gods. Everybody needs more gods, right? You guys? So, don't forget to like and subscribe. If you got a request or you need help, join the Discord channels or put it in the comments and I'll try to reply as best I can. Howdy. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're going to be talking about what do you do when your game crashes and you need to get those log files. Somebody wants some log files for you and you don't know how to get them. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to users and your username and app data and Roman. We're going to do that first. So how you do that is you're going to click on this little manila folder down here. You're going to go to the C drive. And when you get to the C drive, you're going to go to users and you're going to find your user account. And then in your users, you're going to go to app data. Now app data is a hidden folder, so you might not have it. So you need to come over here to view and you need to check on those hidden items, and then once hidden items is up, then you can see that that has locals there. Then we want to go to roaming. Now inside roaming we want to find that Hytale, so we browse down here to Hytale, and now in Hytale we've got launcher log, right? And that's one of them that we need. And then we also need to get any other log files that are in here. Let's check. What else do we have? We can do star.log, and we can see a client log and a server log and an editor log. So you can click open file location and you can see that you can sort by what's recent. And to be able to sort, you might be in this view. You go to views and then details, and now you can sort and you can get your client log, and then next we want to get that server log. So inside your world that crashed, same thing, we're going to sort by most recent, and then we've got that server log. So we're going to grab our server log and our client log, and we're going to get our installer log. We're going to give all three of those to the developer, the person that's asking for those log files, and that's going to help them diag what's going on. Okay, this has been a guide from CyberAxe Outlandishly Crafted. Don't forget to like and subscribe, ring that bell, tell your friends and family and everybody that's playing the game or doing mods too. Come check out the guide so we don't have to keep answering these questions over and over. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to use my code CyberAxe if you haven't gotten the game yet. And if you're looking for help, come join us in the Discord. So we got a Hytale developer mods Discord. I've got my own Outlandishly Crafted Discord. There's a Blockbench Discord. There's a Cursed Forge Discord. All kinds of places. Come join us and make mods with us together. Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're going to be talking about how the UV panel works. A lot of people are confused and struggling with this whole thing. I don't understand what's going on, Cyber, so here I'm going to help you out. So what's happening right now is a lot of times you guys are painting and you're like, oh, that's pretty fancy. But then you say, but I don't like this edge. I want this edge to be longer. And the problem is, now this edge over here, if you look at this atlas, now this is moved. Watch the atlas. When you move your block, it's changing where the UVs are painting and what art they use on your canvas. So you move it, and those move. And that means that if you keep moving it, at some point they're gonna be on top of each other. And now when you paint on one side, it's gonna paint on the other side. And it starts being really confusing because now you can't figure out why is the paint happening on both sides. And so there's a few things that we need to do. The first thing is we need to understand that when you model and you make your texture and you start painting, anytime that you change this scale, it's changing those boxes, and you need to do something about that. You can't just keep painting. So if you have to change the model size, what you need to do is you need to put it on per face, or if you're on box UV, that's fine too. And you need to move those faces in that art somewhere else that's not being used. An empty space, you can always scale the atlas texture up, and you can change it to crop expand, and you could say 512, and then you could have a whole bunch more empty space out here. And you don't really, it doesn't matter if you have a lot of empty space. If you want to take this face and you want to move these out here, they just need to not be overlapping. And one way you can see that is you can come in here to display UVs, and you can say show all, and you can click all of your bones, and now you can see all of the UVs that are being used throughout all of this. All those little white or those white boxes are where the art's already assigned. So we want to assign the faces that we want to modify. We want to assign those to somewhere that's not being assigned. And you can see each of these faces, it has different places that's being used. And the goal here is to always have these faces not being overlapped by something else, or when you draw on them, you're going to have problems. Now, sometimes when you're doing art, you want to be able to have them overlap. So say I want this face to also be on this face, and then I just want to flip it so that it looks nice, which of course, because we messed with it, now it's not going to. We'll put it down here. So I want this face, and there's a corner here, so maybe I want to grab this face and I want to move it over here. And so there's times that you want to copy and paste these and use them on multiple sides. And so now if I draw on one, it's going to draw on both, because they're using the same space here. And so if I come in and I say drawing, now you're going to start seeing it's showing up on both sides. And that's because we're sharing the same space on that. And if we wanted to change it, then we could just move this face south, which is this one, over here. Or we could click on this face, which is west, and we could move it here. And the faces are 6 faces on every cube. So every cube needs 6 faces, right? And so each of those gets assigned a place on this atlas. And if you create a new cube, then that new cube has to be put somewhere on this atlas. And if this atlas is already created and there's no space for it, then you need to make it bigger and move these faces over. And same thing, you can go back to box UV and you could just move it out here. And now when I start painting on it, it's just gonna paint out there. No big deal. This is just your canvas. And when you're done with everything, or when you want to get rid of excess space, then you can select all of your bones, and you can create a template, and you can say just create your template like this, and then it's just going to reorganize everything. So now everything's organized and everything has its own space. So if I want to show you why that does that. So when we created this template, one of the things that we didn't do is I didn't uncheck this box. I want to show you what this box means. So if I copy this face to this face, and these use the same coordinates right here, they're using the same coordinates, right? So if I draw on one, it draws on the other one. This is really important if I want to save space, because I want these to be the same on this atlas. It saves me a lot of space and bandwidth in memory if I don't need them to be different, right? So when you create this texture, that's what this box is. This box says allow these guys to share the same space. But if you uncheck this box, this keep multiple, then each of these is going to get its own face on the new text, or the new atlas. So now when I paint on this guy, it doesn't paint on this guy, because I unchecked that box and I remade my template, and now each of these has its own face. I could still come in and I can still click it, and I can copy and paste it over here, so now they share the same face again. So now it's the same space. And the whole reason for this is, say I have a sign that says CyberAxe, and I don't want to have 50 CyberAxe signs on here. I just want to have one CyberAxe sign, but I might use it 20 different times. Or I might say I just want to have this texture on this side, and then flip it, so I don't have to redo it all the time, because most things are just this texture on this side and flipped, or whatever flip you want to do. And so that's all we're doing. However, then you need to know that this and this are sharing the same texture if you're going to go paint on them. Otherwise, you're going to have this problem. So that's really it. You just need to understand that this is your atlas, this is your canvas on the side, and if you select all of your blocks, and you can come in here and you can select all of the faces of all of them, then it's going to start showing you all of those areas where they're all used, and which ones are using the same ones, so that you can go in and you can change them. Or you could say, well, I want to work on this face and I'm going to change this. Then you could move it down here to an empty spot, or make it bigger and put it in its own spot, and then you can draw on it just fine with no big deal. So that's how the canvas and the blocks and the faces work. You just have these faces. It's just one, every block has 6 faces, and where this is on the atlas is up to you. So if you click one of these and you find it, then you can move it over here, or you could say I want it to be that, or I want it to be this, and you can move it around to where you want it to be. You just need to know, well, if I put it here, then these are going to be sharing. If I move this up there, then now these are both sharing the same texture. So I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and this has been a guide on how atlases work in Blockbench and textures, and why you're having these weird problems with painting in the same areas. The best way to not have this problem is to do all your modeling first, and then do your texturing and make your template last after you've modeled. Once you get used to how this all works, then you don't really care about it, and you can just do per face. And you might start modeling and have this, and then you might say, well, I want this to be over here, and I want this to be like that, and this to be like that, and this to be like that, and I want the handle, I'm going to make this handle over, see, I don't like having all faces on. I just want to have the face on that I'm selecting. So there's that face, so I'm going to move that up to there. And then to speed this up, I'm going to copy and paste this, because I know that these are all the same size, right? And because I want these just to be a mirror effect, then I can just flip this, and now that it's the same on both sides. And I don't have to do much else. And I could take this guy, because I know this face is the same size as, well, not those faces. This face is the same size as this face. So I could take this guy and I could paste him here, and then if I want, I can just mirror it. And so you know, a lot of times you don't want to have the box UV. You want to be able to just quickly click a face, copy it here, copy it there, do this, do that. But if you're gonna then go back and paint them and you want each side to be different, then that's not gonna work, right? So it just depends on how you do your workflow, if this works for you. But that's kind of why you want to get to where you model the whole thing and then you do your atlas, or if you're going to model some and then do some and then you need to recreate your atlas if you're going to start redoing the cubes again and changing the sizes. Okay, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted. I hope this helps. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Keep those overlords happy. If you haven't bought the game or your friends are going to buy the game, please use CyberAxe as your code. And tell everybody about these guides so we don't have to repeat all of this in the help channels and people don't struggle so much. Thanks for watching, and don't forget. Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today I wanted to show you how to make your stuff look fancy. Oh, look how fancy it looks. It looks fancy. Ooh, let's see, weather clear. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at that, look at that, look how fancy that looks. And you're probably saying, CyberAxe, that's gotta be so much work. That's gotta be so much work. You probably have to do PBRs, and you probably have to do all this stupid amount of work. Come on, I don't want to do that. Well, what if I told you? What if I told you all you have to do is in Blockbench, select the cube, and set it to lit? That's it. And do you want to know something even better? Right? See that one? That one's still lit. Watch this. Watch this. Are you watching? Save model. Are you watching? It just updated. Oh, the hand blocks it. That was a horrible example. That was a horrible example. Okay, let's do it on one of these. Okay, so we're going to go the first and the second one on the other side. We're going to say flat, and we're going to say file. Oh, I should show you. I should show you. I'm sorry. Okay, so this one and this one, we said flat, right? But all the rest are set to lit. Okay, we're going to go file, save, and woo, look, doggy. Those two are lit now. Look at that dog. No. You didn't even have to restart the map. You didn't have to do anything. All you had to do is click it. No PBIs. None of that bullshit. Mojang could have made it this easy all this time with the tools they had, but they don't like you. They hate you, it seems like, 'cause a company that likes you, like the people that made Hytale, made it so you could just click a button. You could just click a button. What the fuck have we been doing for all this time that you could have just clicked a button? You know how many PBRs I've had to make so I could make a little block, just have one little light. I've got months of time into making PBRs for a little block to have a little light, and all they had to do was push the little button to always lit. I don't know what the fuck Mojang's been doing, but what the fuck? Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today I'm gonna just show you a quick trick for chess. A lot of people want signs. We don't have signs yet, but here you go. Here's a quick trick. You take your entity grab tool. If you don't have ops, you gotta ops yourself. So you ops yourself, and then you need to be in creative mode. If you don't want to do creative mode, you just gotta wait for a mod. But you jump into creative mode, we go to items, and say I'm going to put tools in here. Then I grab the tool that I want, probably the cheapest version of it, or whatever you want to represent it, and then you can scale it up or down, and you can rotate it around, and then you can spawn it, and then you can grab it and you can place it in front of your chest or on top of your chest, and then you go, oh, and you're back to adventure mode. And now everybody knows that this chest is for that. Now, what if you said, well, but Cyber, I wanted to have blocks. I want to put, what if this is about blocks? Then you come in here to items, and you find yourself the block that you want to go in there, and you do the same thing, silly. You take your block, and you can make it really small and pretty, and then you grab the block, and then you could just put it on top of there like that, or you could put it real nice and fancy like that. And then you could even get another block, because you know what? This isn't Minecraft. You can do whatever you want in this game. You don't gotta do what they want and what those big corporate people tell you. You can do what you want. So now I go, oh, look, blocks, go in the blocks bucket. The box, the chest, it's got blocks on it. Now you might say, but you gotta do it in creative. Yes, but look how good it would look. Look how good it would look. Now you could rotate this guy and lay it down on its side if you want to, but that's my guide today for how to put stuff on chests. Don't think so limited. You don't need a little sign in an item frame thing. You got every item in the whole game. You could just put on top of it or behind it and make it look pretty. So when you do that, it don't go right through it. You can put it next to it or in the front of it, the back of it, or the side of it, wherever you want to put it. You could put food on the shelf right there. You could put a shelf and food on the shelf, and the shelf food would tell you what goes in the chest because it's in the kitchen. Yeah, you could. There you go. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted. And this has been a guide on what to do with all these chests. I don't know what to do with all these chests and mark them. I need a sign. You don't need a sign. You just need to think outside the box, outside the Minecraft box. Think bigger. Think bigger. Thanks for watching. Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're gonna be talking about how to put an entity from Blockbench into your game. So we've got these dragon lizard things that we've got in Blockbench, and we've got it in a blocky format. So we're ready to go, and we've got it at 64x, or it's gonna cause you problems. And so we've got him, and then we've got a few animations. We've got an idle, a fly, a coast, and a death. Okay, and then we've got, we need to make a pack. So let's run through how to make your pack really quick. I've already got mine made, but we'll just run through it. So up in here we have add pack, edit pack, remove pack. So you can say add pack, and then you can say, like for me it's OLC. The OLC should be what your identifier is. That should be unique to you and your studio. So I'm Outlandishly Crafted, so I'm OLC. And then we've got, what are we gonna call this? Lizard, dragon, pack, or whatever you want to call it. And then we can put in a description. So you'd say like outlandishly crafted lizard dragon pack. And then you can put in a version, a website, description, and then the author, CyberAxe, and your email and all that stuff, right? And then we save it, and now we have this new lizard dragon pack that we can put stuff in and mess with stuff, right? And then the next step is you need to close the game and move that. Let me see. So right now what we just created is inside your save, inside your world. I'm just calling my world day 1, inside mods, and now you've got this lizard pack. And the reason why we did that is because it just made your manifest for you and like set up the pack and everything. So we can copy that back into your global mods folder. And there we go. Now we need to put our assets in. So our model assets go in. You can see we have our pack name, and then we need a common folder. Then we need an NPC folder. We need a dragon folder, and then whatever our NPC is. So this is OLC Lizard Dragon. And then in there we're putting our blocky model, our texture, and our animations. Okay. And then under server, we'll have our roles, which I was using the golem, but we switched it to the test dragon. We're gonna have our roles, and then we're gonna have a asset manager file, and those are gonna tie together. Okay, so we have now inside our global mods a lizard dragon thing, and then those folders created. And so I'm just gonna take and grab these and paste them in here. And before we go farther, I'm gonna delete the item because we're not gonna do anything with that. So then we're gonna go back out of here. We can close the asset manager, and we need to go out of the game. And now we're gonna apply that mod to this world. Right now we just created it, but we moved the actual mod back to the global. So we're gonna go to world, right click, and now here we're gonna turn this on. Save and then start it. So now we've created our first plugin mod, not plugin, our first mod, and or add-on, and now we need to put something in it. We put some models in it, but we actually need to first off give ourselves OP. So we're gonna slash OP self, and that's gonna give us the right to open up the asset editor. Now once we have the asset editor, you should see your lizard dragon pack, and then you should see the Hytale pack. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go find a boss to start with and to get everything going. So the first thing is we'll set up our model asset file. And so you could go find like the golem, or under test, there's some test ones, or under, where did they hit it somewhere? There's a test dragon. That's under the roles though. So where do they put the? Snapdragon, oh, dragon right here. Okay, so you can take this guy, the fire dragon. We're gonna right click. I'm gonna duplicate him. and he's gonna automatically jump into one of our packs. So that's the pack we want. And then we could say, well, what is he? He's an OLC lizard dragon. Now notice that the first characters have to be uppercase as O, and then anything after underscore, so the L and the D have to be uppercase. So now we've got our model asset file, and we're gonna hit create. And here we are. So we've got our OLC lizard dragon. This one was the one I did in the boss as my test. So now we're going to come in and we need to click our pack. And this is where the common folder goes. And then we're just going to go through and go grab the blocky model. And same thing, we're going to grab our pack. We're going to browse through and get our texture, right? And then we're going to go down to animations, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to open up the animations, we're going to go through, we're going to select our pack, we're going to browse to our dragon folder, we're going to find the right animation, which is idle, and then we're going to just keep doing the same thing. So we're going to go down and we're going to go fly. Now fly has 2. So you do the same thing, click, 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 and fly. And then it also has a glide, which I called coast because I can't name things properly ever. And so we go coast. And then you could also put these on loop, put that one on loop. And then I also have a death. So we'll come in here and we'll grab the death. Okay, so now we have all of these guys set up. You could mess with the hitbox and the camera and the attachable and all that, but I just want to get through the basics. So we have all that stuff. The next step is we need a NPC role, and the NPC role doesn't have like a nice little wizard thing. So you can't get it in the editor view, you can only see it in the source view. So what we want to do is we want to go find something really similar to what we're going to do so we don't have to customize this right now. So we're going to jump over to the Hytale side, and we're going to say, this is where we're going to say the test dragon, because they already have this NPC role test dragon in here. So we'll grab the test dragon. We're just going to Control A to select all, copy, and then we're going to go back to our lizard, and we're going to go to NPC roles, and I already created the folder, so you have to right click in here and make a folder for it. Is that not an option? I don't see an option to make a folder. Find folder. Oh, create NPC no, this is create NPC role in a folder. I'm not sure. You might have to just create it there unless you go and make it a full. I'm not sure how to make a folder yet. I haven't got that far. So either way, we have a file here, and I am just going to paste. So I'm going to delete this and paste in mine. And then for the appearance, we want to use the model asset one that we did before. So this guy. So we're going to apply that. We're going to grab this dude's name. This dude's name. Then we're going to come back to Golem, and we're going to put him in there. I'm going to apply. We close all these. And now we should have in here, let's see, so you would, if you don't have the tool yet, you would go tab, and up here, the fourth one, you have entity grabber tool. grab that and put that in your bar. Then when you have it in your bar, hit E. And now under NPCs, we want to look for dragon or, you know, we said it was a lizard. And so we, oh wait, I spelt lizard with a, let's do OLC. So we have OLC, dragon, and then we spawn one. But you can see, oh, there he goes. Then you have this guy. So then you go, let's see, if I do that, E. Now, a few times I kept clicking model, and it spawned a model, but that would be without a brain. So you've got to go with the NPC so that you've got the right one. Also, I've seen multiple times now where you need to quit the world and then come back in for it to update for us to get the lizard one. So we left, and we come back in. I wonder if I have to name those the same. I don't think so. So we E lizard. No, I just used the same name for both of them. My bad, I should have separated them. Oh shit, no. It doesn't show... Yeah, I think I angered it. I angered it. So we're gonna go back to here, and we're gonna take off the template one, so we only have this one. Then we'll start it again. And see if it's gonna show up or not. Now, if it disappears like that, it's typically because the JSON's wrong, or one of those names is wrong, like the name I put in there doesn't match what it should be. So you just go back and check what your... I don't see any of them flying around. Go back and check your names and make sure that you didn't mess up a name. So if we come in here and we look, yeah, I don't see any in there. So we're gonna go, this is where then we got a diag. So we go to asset editor, and we go look at our lizard guy, and we've got him set as lizard dragon, but I don't know. I wonder if it's because I have this in here still. So this is the lizard dragon. I wonder if they have to be the same name. Warning, renaming assets will not change the reference to it in other JSON files? Oh man, that's not cool. The like copy paste does not work properly. Okay, so appearance is correct. You got that. It doesn't say it's not a valid file. We have our assets in here. Those look good. We've got this guy. And it's weird that he doesn't have a name or anything. Like you just like connect him from... And this one we can see in the editor. So the tops here. Now, one of the things I did see, you can see the loads here. One of the fun things is if you hit use, it makes it you. the dude. So that's kind of fun. You still have the armor on and stuff. So now if we take off, flying the little lizard dude. And then if you want to get out of it, you can go tab, creative tools, world. Let's see, which one was it? Was it change player and then reset? And then you go back to being you again. But that's kind of a fun one too. So let's try it again. So let's say dragon, OLC lizard dragon, spawn, and then he's gonna fly off. Now he does seem to be like kind of in the ground a little. Maybe he needs to just in block bench be lifted up just a little, or maybe his hitbox needs to be changed. He doesn't have a walk action right now, and you can see that he does a takeoff, but the fly animation's working. Oh, and I got rid of my gun, so I can't shoot him. Shoot, that was in the other pack. I'm sure that it's gonna be hard to hit him with the bow and arrow. But there you go. That's how we get an entity from Blockbench into the game with a behavior. Granted, we're using a template behavior that's already in there, but this would get you started because a lot of the animals and a lot of the stuff are already there. You really only need those 2 files so far, as it looks like, to get started. So there you go. That's how to get started with moving and putting in your own stuff into the game. Again, it's this tool, it's E, and it brings up your menu. Then we can say dragon, and then we could even say 15 of them. Then they'll get stuck, and then they'll try to figure out what to do. It's really fun, and it's not very hard, and the tools will get a lot better the more time we have. So again, I'm CyberAxe without wondrously crafted, and this has been a guide on how to get your Blockbench NPCs, in this case a little lizard dragon thing, into the game, flying around and somewhat interactable. If you have any questions, put them in the comments. Come join us in the Discords. Don't forget to like and subscribe and keep those YouTube overlords happy. Hey, if this guide has helped and you haven't bought the game yet, but you're going to use my code CyberAxe, it definitely helps us out. Thanks for watching. Howdy. I'm CyberAxe with outlandishly grounded, and today we're gonna be doing some. Nope, not that one. We're gonna be doing this one. Let's talk about how to make a add-on, how to make a mod the easy way without doing all that code shit you see everybody else suggesting from the Javaers. The Javaers say, get out VS Code and do all this stuff, and I say, I don't want to do that, sir. So I'm going to show you an easy way to make your own mods. Here we go. We're going to open up a world. Just start a world, doesn't matter. Just start a world. Doesn't matter what it says. You just start that world. And then once we have that world started, you need to have OP self. So you're going to OP yourself. And the OPing yourself allows you to get to this creative menu and the asset editor. So open up the asset editor. It'll take a second to launch up, and you see this is just a separate window. And then we're going to do... First we're going to... Oh, it's not even gonna let us do it. Okay, so we're gonna come up here to these little dots, and we're gonna do add a pack. Then we're gonna type in our name, outlandishly crafted, right? And in this case, this is a unique identifier for this pack. So I'm going to do it like this. Template. And I'm going to say outlandishly crafted template. Okay. Outlandishly. And then I'm going to say it's 0.0.1. And you can put in your web address and your description and your authors. I put in like CyberAxe. I put my email in here, right? And then we're gonna hit save. Now check this out. Now we have this add-on here, this mod, ready to go. We don't gotta do anything else. It's already ready. It's here. Now, what we are going to do, though, is if we start doing stuff in here, this mod's in the world. It's not in our global pack. So we're going to close this guy, and we're going to quit to desktop. And over here, we've got our saves, and day one's just what I called the world. And then in there we've got mods, and see we've got this template in here. So we're gonna copy this template, we're gonna go back to user data, and we're gonna paste this template into our global mods folder. Okay. Now we're gonna start the game back up. And now we're going to go back to our world. And I forgot a step. So we went back to our world, but we needed to add that mod in that we want to play with. So the mod we want to play with, we're going to come over here and we're going to add it right here. So we created a mod, we moved it from the world to global, and now we're just going to apply it to this pack so that we can play with it in real time. So we've clicked it, now we're saving, now it's going to load that up. So now we have a mod with nothing in it. Okay? And it's in our mods folder. So now we can hit tab and we can go back to our asset editor. And up here we can click our template. And now I want to do something like, I want to go find the guns. So I'm going to go back to the normal one and I'm going to go find weapons and guns, and here's a gun. I'm gonna right click it, I'm gonna duplicate it, and it's gonna automatically give me the option for where I want to duplicate it into. I want to duplicate it into my template. I want it to be a item. It's already got all the other stuff for guns and weapons in there. So all I need to do now is name it, and you have to have an uppercase for the start character and for every character after a underscore. So see how the C and the M and the S and the L are all uppercase. So we're going to say space gun A, for example. And then you can see all these other things that are in there. Those are all fine. It's going to go into the weapon gun category. I'm going to hit create. And now we've got our first item created. And if you see over here, it created the server item for us. Okay. Now, next, we need to put our asset somewhere. So the gun is under common, items, weapons, gun. This is where we're going to put our models and stuff. And you only have to do this the first time just because we don't have any of these base folders. So we're going to say common, and then we're going to say items, And then we're gonna say weapons. Then we're gonna say gun. Okay, so now we've got a gun folder, weapons, items, common inside our template. And we're gonna grab our, let's see. Now we're gonna grab our block bench model. So we're gonna go get our laser gun A in a blocky model, laser gun A texture. We're gonna bring those over into our mod or add-in. And if I open block bench, we can see this. We can see this model here. So we've got our model. Now, I know that I made this model too big. So before I get in too far, I'm going to make it half the size it is now by doing this item scale. And I'm going to come in here and I'm going to select my template. We're going to browse to where the gun is, the blocky model. And then for the texture, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to flip over and we're going to browse to where the gun is, the texture. So now we have our texture, and you probably want to do an icon if you have it as well, but I don't have an icon, so I'm not going to do it. So now we have our model, we reduced it by half, and we have our texture. And we're in our space gun, okay? So now we close these and we can come back to here and we can throw those away. We can search and we can say gun. And now you see we have OLC space gun A, and then we have the default gun they gave us, and then the test gun that I did first. So we bring it out. Did I mess it up? Oh, it's not in our hands. So you can see how it's on the ground. So we're gonna jump back, and this is one of the nice things about how this all works, is it's all real time. So we're gonna come in here, and we're gonna make sure that this is toggled. We're just gonna export this again and make sure that I did it right, and then I think we have to make sure that the name's right. I always get this R attachment wrong. Let's jump back. Before it just auto updated right on the fly. There we go. So just did an update on the fly. That's fine. Okay, so now we've got our gun ready to go. You can see it shoots a little high for the dot. I'm not sure what that's about. There is... Yeah, I'm not sure how shooting works. But, like, if we get really close, it feels like it's high to me. Like if I put the dot right there, the particles are shooting high. So that could just be a particle issue. But there you go. That gives you a plug-in with no code, pretty easily. You throw over, you can change the size of the weapons. You can see it works in just first person and second, or first person and third perfectly fine. But that's it. not too shabby, no code, really easy. I assume that if you want to share that mod, you just zip it up and send it out. It should already have a unique UUID and everything ready to go. I'll probably test that next. Next, I think is entities. They're going to be adding entities next. So, thanks for watching. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted. This has been a guide on how to create your first mod add-in pack for Hytale and get a weapon in using one of the current templates. Thanks for watching and subscribing. If you're going to pick up the game, don't forget to use my code CyberAxe. It always helps. And tell other people about the guides. Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're back in Hytale, and I just wanted to see, did you know that you can do /? And you will get a list of all of the commands. So a lot of people are out there asking, how do I spawn an entity, or how do I do all of these fancy things? If you do /? It's gonna tell you, and here's spawning, set default, send to chat shows you the usage of it. Once again, I'll show you that again. I'm doing the / by the question mark, then I'm doing a question mark, and it brings up all of the commands you can do with a breakdown of what they do, how they work, give you a whole bunch of information to make it nice and easy on you. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted. Don't forget, if you're picking up the game, to use my code CyberAxe. Thanks for watching and liking and subscribing. Ring that bell and tell your friends about these guides. Lots more coming. Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted. And check this out, we got a creator code for Hytale. So if I've helped you out with guides in Minecraft or in Unreal Engine or Hytale, if you could use my CyberAxe code when you buy the game or upgrade the game, or your friends buy the game, that would be so epic. It would be so nice to be able to get a few dollars going forward as we work on more guides and more mods and more stuff coming soon to you. So if you haven't used a creator code out there, you don't have a favorite creator, you're just going to buy the game and not put a code in there, could you please use CyberAxe as that code? Thank you kindly, and peace be with you.
Making it right.
Howdy, I'm the CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're going to be running through plugins and blockbench you should have. So let's just run through them really quick. I would have the Entity Wizard if you're doing Minecraft for sure. You gotta have the Hytale model plugin, that's a good one. If you're not doing Minecraft, don't worry about those. The color gradient is nice. Shape generator, absolutely. You should have the shape generator if you're going to be doing anything that's more complex than just some boxes. What does the shape generator let you do? Well, it lets you generate shapes really easily. I know, very descriptive. We got that animation sliders. Oh, that's a nice one. And we got that texture stitcher. You gotta have this. You got two textures, you want to put them together. This is the thing to have. Outline creator, you need to outline some of those cues, some of those things. That's not easy to do. The camera plugin, I have a video on this if you'd like to go check it out. It just allows you to use a camera and animate it and fly it through Blockbench and do fancy stuff with it. Smudge brush, you gotta have this, man. If you don't have this, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? This is Hytale. Hytale wants you to smudge it all up. Seat position. I'm not sure if this is going to work for Hytale. I assume it will probably be adjusted for Hytale, but this is really nice. Having those hitboxes show up is also really nice. Brush plus, you should have that. It's got a whole bunch of dynamic behaviors for those brushes. I haven't tried the texture downscaler yet, but I just installed it. It looks pretty fancy. I want to do that. Repeating textures, absolutely. There's times that, especially for those seamless and for those blocks, that you just gotta have it repeating, man. You gotta have it repeating. You don't need to worry about the Minecraft skin packer if you're not doing Minecraft simple models. Structure importer, you don't got to worry about that. Now, the custom marker colors, I would do this. I like to have black, and black's not normally in the marker colors. So this is one I would really have. If you're streaming a lot, having your keys pop up of what you're clicking is really nice to have. I do that. Bone duplicator renamer is really nice. You do have the ability to turn on a toggle that will let you have the same bone names, but that means they will be animated the same, and if you don't understand that, then you got to go back and find them and change them. This is really nice to have. Repeat it, clone brush, yeah, I think you should probably have that too. Cyber bench stats, this is something I just created. It's in beta right now. You can get it from the GitHub, but in essence it just gives you stats and achievements and tracks your time. Pretty cool. You can't have that Cyberstorm. Cybernator is in beta as well. Just an animator, makes things easy if you want to animate some of that stuff. There's a few tools in there. P-List, Cyber P-List, another one that's in beta. This just plays the animation one after another, so you can show them off to all your friends and family and all those people that want to see them. Cyber Shatter is another one in beta. Cyber Shatter takes a block and breaks it into smaller blocks. So if you want to take something and shatter it, that's the way to do it. I like this text generator. It's been retired, but oh, it's nice. You can take and make text in 3D boxes and then animate it. Oh, I really like it. That's another one you should have. And then you can go through, there's a whole bunch of lists of them that I don't have for other platforms, and you can kind of run through them. Most of them you won't use. Some of them are kind of nice, like an asset browser for stuff. If you're doing meshes, if you're not doing Hytale and you actually want meshes, having Meshy is really a big deal. There's quite a few others in here, but I don't think a lot of them you'll end up using for Hytale. They're typically for other platforms. So that's really it. If you like, oh, here's another one you might like a brush color randomizer. No, it's worth checking through here. But yep, that's it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring that bell and tell your friends and family. Keep those overlords hopping. Howdy. I'm CyberAxe without Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're going to show you how to take two separate models, and put them together into one and have one texture. Say you've got a bottom and you got a top, and you know, Hytale only allows you to have one texture, so you don't really want to have these be separate. So what we're going to do is we're going to do two things. First thing we're going to do is we're going to convert it over to generic model, and I'm going to use the copy. So I'm going to do that for both of them. So we're going to have two generic models. Okay, so now we've got a top and a bottom of generic models. And then I'm going to take this guy, the top, and I'm going to take his texture, and I'm going to copy it. So Control C, and I'm going to look at this number right here, 64 by 64. That's important. I'm going to paste this over here, and I'm going to verify that it's 64 by 64 right here. Okay? And then I'm going to come back to my top, and I'm going to grab the actual bone here, the top model, top of that bone, and I'm going to go to body, and I'm going to paste it. So now I've got a top and a bottom with two textures, and I'm going to go to this top. I'm going to open it, I'm going to select them all, I'm going to right click, and over here under texture, I'm going to select top. So now I've got a top and a bottom in one model. Okay, so now we could animate it and do all that stuff, but I've got two textures. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that I've got the stitch plugin. So we've got this texture stitcher over here by McHorse. We're going to make sure we have that installed. I'm going to select both textures together. And then what am I going to do? I'm going to stitch them together. And now we've got one model with one stitch texture between them. And that's it. If you want to clean up this extra space, you could just create another one. So you could come in here and just do another one. Granted, you don't want to do it at 16. You want to do it at whatever you actually were using. So if you were doing, I think we were doing 128 on here. So we'd select everything, do this guy, do 128, take that guy off. And now we've got a nice, beautiful texture, nice and small, same size, same everything. And we can open this guy, or we could just click wrong. We can open him up, and you see he's got the same. Now that we've got that done, we're going to go back up here, and we're going to do convert. And now we can convert it back to whatever we want, our bedrock entity that we started with. So now we've got a bedrock entity model. We've got our texture ready to go. We've got all of our stuff ready to go. We even got a few of our achievements knocked off for using a generic model in the process. We're doing pretty good. So there you go. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted. And this has been a guide on how to combine two models together. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, ring that bell, join the Discord if you got questions, or come see us in the Hytale dev servers. Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we've got a guide on how to take an entity apart. So we've got this entity right here with the top and the bottom, and we want to separate these into two different models. We're going to open this guy up so you can just see how easy this is. So what we're going to do is we're going to cheat. We're going to just save two models. We're going to save a top. And then we're going to save as a bottom. And so now if I go open this top up, now I've got two models. Same thing, right? And I'm going to come over here, and on this one, on the top, so I'm in the top, I'm going to delete the bottom. And on the bottom, I'm going to delete the top. So now we've got two models. And we don't want to waste all of this space, so we're going to come over here, and we're going to click the chest. And we're going to create a new texture template. And we're going to undo this one so that any faces that are sharing get their own space on the texture. And up here, we're going to say bottom, and we just say chest, and we go dum, yep, and then we can delete that guy. So now we've got just the textures for this box in here with just those bones. And then on this one, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to come over here and click that guy. We're going to create a new texture template. We're going to say this is the top and chest. And then we're going to uncheck this guy. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to delete the original. And so now we've got a top and a bottom texture that we can save on both of these. And we've got two separate models. So that's simple. Two files, just duplicate it, then take out the stuff you don't want, and then reset the template. That's it. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted. Or if there's any guides you'd like, put them in the comments, or come join the Discord and help us out. As always, we'll be doing a lot of Hytale stuff, so let us know what you like. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring that bell and keep those YouTube overlords happy.
Find your peace with your feet on solid ground. Now we're rolling where the fireflies play. No guitar strumming sweet escape. Heart full of love and the night's on fire. Waiting on you to join my desire. We'll be dancing in the dark, hand in hand. Moonlight glowing, making our stand. Just you and me. Under the spark, living free in this wild, wild heart. Look.
Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're gonna be going through the Hytale model modding guides information that they just released. I haven't even read this, so I thought I would do it with you guys. So here we go.
CurseForge support. Hytale modding. This knowledge base contains basic tutorials on Hytale modding, providing guidance on getting started with modding. Please note that Hytale is currently in early access, and these tutorials may contain outdated or incomplete information. We aim to keep these as up-to-date as possible. If you wish to contribute, please contact us on our Discord server. What are mods in Hytale? Hytale mods are split into 3 categories. These are 1 packs, 2 plugins, 3 early plugins. Packs are asset/content packs, which are how you implement things such as new blocks, mobs, items, and other behavior into the game. You can modify most settings included in a pack using the asset editor, without requiring any coding experience. These can be used in conjunction with plugins. Plugins are mods written in Java, and make use of the game's API to expand on vanilla functionality and add new content. Bootstrap/early plugins are plugins that operate outside of the standard plugin environment. Their primary function is low-level modification, specifically performing class transformations that involve altering or injecting bytecode into classes as they are loaded. These should only be used when absolutely necessary. Creation tools. A powerful aspect of Hytale that makes modding so accessible is its incredible built-in creation tools, featuring tools such as Machinima for recording content, world tools for allowing expansive world modification and editing, and more. Importantly, the asset editor allows you to easily modify your packs, adding new behavior and mechanics to the game with ease. Future of modding. It's important to remember that this is the very beginning of Hytale modding. There is still so much to come, and we can't wait to watch this journey unfold. One. Creating a folder. First, create a folder here, replacing your pack name with the desired name of your pack, /appdata/roaming/Hytale/userdata/pack/your pack name. 2. Manifest file. Next, create a manifest.json file. You can find an example of this below. Make sure you replace the metadata with the correct information. Group, your group name. Name, pack name. Version, 1.0.0. Description, add the pack description here. Authors. Name, author name. Email, example@example.com. URL, HTTP URL. Website, HTTP URL. Server version, *. Dependencies. Optional dependencies. Disabled by default, false. Generic. 3 common and server folders. Now you need to create a common and a server folder. Common handles models and textures, whereas server handles item and block creation, translation, particle creation, etc. /appdata/roaming/Hytale/userdata/pack/your packname/server/appdata/roaming/Hytale/userdata/pack/your packname/common. For next steps, check the following articles for details on adding content to your pack. 1. Adding a block. 2. Item categories. 3. Block hitboxes. Thank you to SketchMacaw for creating this tutorial. CurseForge support. Bootstrap/early plugins. Bootstrap/early plugins are a special type of plugin that executes before the main Hytale server starts. Due to their early loading, they operate outside of the standard plugin environment, meaning they cannot access the regular plugin APIs, event buses, registries, or lifecycle callbacks. Their primary function is low-level modification, specifically performing class transformations that involve altering or injecting bytecode into classes as they are loaded. Warning: because early plugins run during a critical phase of the loading process, they can significantly impact the game's stability and behavior. Therefore, you should only create an early plugin if absolutely necessary. Loading early plugins. By default, the game will load early plugins from the Early Plugins folder. You must create this folder manually, the server does not do it for you. Additional paths can be defined using the Early Plugins launch argument. The user will receive a warning when launching the game with early plugins installed. This warning can be skipped by pressing the Enter key or by adding the Accept Early Plugins launch argument. This warning is not displayed in single player. Loaded to class transformer, S. This is unsupported and may cause stability issues. Use at your own risk. Press Enter to accept and continue. Generic. Creating early plugins. Any .jar file can be loaded as an early plugin. These plugins do not have a manifest.json file or any other required entry points. Class transformers. Class transformers allow you to modify the bytecode of classes as they are loaded. Registration. Class transformers are loaded using the com-hypixel.hytale.plugin.early.classTransformer service loader. 1. Create a Java class that implements com-hypixel.hytale.plugin.early.classTransformer. 2. Create a file in src/main/resources/meta-inf/services/com-hypixel.hytale.plugin.early.classTransformer. 3. Add the full name of your class to the file. For example, com-example.early.example-transformer. Writing class transformers. Priority. Class transformers are run in the order of their priority. Higher priority transformers run before lower priority ones. By default, all transformers have a priority of 0, but this can be overridden by your transformer class. At override. Public int priority. Return -100. Java. Restricted classes. For safety reasons, transformers will never be allowed to modify classes from certain libraries. The following packages are all on the restricted package list. 1. Java. 2. CyberAxe. 3. JDK. 4. Sun. 5. ComSun. 6. org.bouncycastle. 7. io.netty. 8. org.objectweb.asm. 9. com-google.chsun. 10. org.slf4j. 11. org.apache.logging. 12. chqos.logback. 13. com-google.flogger. 14. io.sentry. 15. com-hypixel.protoplus. 16. com-hypixel.fastutil. 17. com-hypixel.hytale.plugin.early. Transforming. After early plugins have been loaded and the server is launched, your transformer will have the opportunity to modify the bytecode of classes as they are loaded. You can even modify the Hytale server class. When a class is loaded, its bytes are passed through a chain of available transformers, and the resulting bytes are what are loaded by the JVM. Warning: modifying class bytes can be challenging, and numerous pitfalls may arise, even for experienced developers. This is why using libraries like ASM or abstraction layers like Mixin is recommended. Example transformer. The following example contains a class transformer that will replace the startup message with a custom one. This is done by finding the bytes of the original string constant and replacing them with new ones. This is an example and should not be used in production environments. Import com-hypixel.hytale.plugin.early.class transformer. Import java.neo.byte-buffer. Import java.neo.charset.standard charsets. Public class example transformer implements class transformer. At override. Public byte transform, string name, string path, bytes. If name.equals com-hypixel.hytale.server.core.hytale server. Return patch string, bytes, starting Hytale server, starting patched Hytale server. Return bytes. Slash. Asterisk replaces the first occurrence of a string within an array of Java class bytes. Asterisk. Asterisk at param bytes the Java class bytes. Asterisk at param target the target string to be replaced. Asterisk at param replacement the string to replace it with. Asterisk at return the patched class bytes. Asterisk slash. Public static byte patch string, bytes, string target, string replacement. Final byte target bytes equals encode string with length, target. Final byte replacement bytes equals encode string with length, replacement. Final int index equals index of, bytes, target bytes. If, index equals -1. Return bytes. Final byte result equals new byte bytes.length, target bytes.length plus replacement bytes.length. System.array copy, bytes, 0, result. Creating the manifest file. First, create a JSON file in the /apdata/roaming/hytale/userdata/pack/your_item/your_block.json directory. Then insert the content into the JSON file. Example format is below. Translation properties. Name, server.example_block.name. Max's tag, 100. Icon, icon/items generated /example_block.png. Categories. Blocks.rocks. Player animations ID, block. Set, rock_stone. Block type. Material, solid. Draw type, cube. Group, stone. Flags. Gathering. Breaking. Gather type, rocks. Item ID, rock_stone_cobble. Block particle set ID, stone. Textures. All, block textures /example_block.png. Particle color, #AEAE8C. Block sound set ID, stone. Block breaking decal ID, breaking_decals_rock. Resource types. ID, rock. Generic. 2. Creating translation and texture files. Next, create a texture file in /apdata/roaming/hytale/userdata/pack/your_pack name/common/block textures/your_block_texture.png with your desired texture for your block. Then you can create a translation file for your pack, which will contain the name of your block. To do this, create the file /apdata/roaming/hytale/userdata/pack/your_pack name/server/languages/esa/server.lang and then, add an entry matching the path shared in your manifest file, for example. Example_block.name equals example block. 3. Modify in Asset Editor. Now that you have the files created, you can edit the properties and details of your block through the Asset Editor. First, add the pack to your world. 1. Open Hytale. 2. Visit the Worlds tab, and right-click on the world you wish to add it to, then select the toggle on the mod you wish to add. 3. Enter the world, then open your inventory and click on the Creation Tools tab, then click on Asset Editor. 4. This will then open the Asset Editor, where you can select the pack you wish to edit and modify any settings you desire. Thank you to Sketch Macaw for their help creating this tutorial. CurseForge support. Item categories. Item categories are the different tabs shown in the creative menu. This guide will give a basic introduction to creating your own categories and subcategories. 1. Creating the file. Firstly, create a file in appdata/roaming/Hytale/userdata/pack/your pack name/server/item/category/creative library/my item category.json and copy the below text into this icon/item categories/my category.png. Order 6. Children. ID example_category. Name UI.item category.example_category. Icon icon/item categories/my_example_category.png. ID example_category_2. Name UI.item category.example_category_2. Icon icon/item categories/my_example_category_2.png. Generic. You can modify the above to fit the purpose of your tab, using the following. 1. Icon, the icons shown in the creative menu. 2. Order, the order of your category listed in the GUI. 3. Children, any subcategories. 4. Name, the text when you hover your mouse over the item category icon. 2. Adding translations. Next, we need to define translations. Head to the following file within your pack, and if this does not exist, create it, your pack name/server/languages/enus/ui.lang and add the below entries that match the ones defined in your category's JSON file. Item category.example_category equals example tab 1. Item category.example_category_2 equals example tab 2. Generic. 3. Adding icons and blocks. Now it's time to add your icons to the directory, ensuring they match the path in the categories file, i.e. your pack name/common/icon/item categories/my category.png. You can then add blocks into your tab by editing the blocks JSON, i.e. your pack name/server/item/your_block.json, by including this inside the file. Categories. My category.example_category. Generic. My category is the main category, with example_category as the subtab. For the vanilla category names, look into assets/server/item/category/creative library. Thank you to Sketch Macaw for helping to create this tutorial. CurseForge support. Block state changing. This is a basic beginner's guide on how to modify block state changes/cycling. 1. Select block. First, select your block in pack/your pack name/server/item/your_block.json, an example file is shown at the end of the article. 2. Create an interaction. Now, you need to create an interaction that will list the change, as well as the new block state you wish to set this to when in this mode. 3. Define states. You can now define your states mentioned above, and the texture/animations used. As shown in this example, the base model is custom model with the texture named custom model texture. Additionally, you can add other details to the states, such as sounds, animations, and particles. Example block. Block type. Draw type, model. Custom model, block/model_1.blocky model. Custom model texture. Texture, block/your_texture.png. Interactions. Use. Interactions. Type, Chang estate. Changes. Default, off. On, off. off, on. State. Definitions. On. Interaction hint, interaction hints. Turn off. Custom model, block/model_1. Blocky model. Custom model texture. Texture, block/texture/textureon.png. Off. Interaction hint, interaction hints. Turn on. Custom model, block/model_2. Blocky model. Custom model texture. Texture, block/texture/textureon.png. Generic. Thank you to Sketch Macaw for helping to write this article. CurseForge support. Block animations. To add an animation to a block, you need to first edit your block state and add the desired animation. State. Definitions. On. Custom model animation, block/animation/empty_water. Blockanime. Off. Custom model animation, block/animation/rising_water. Blockanime. Generic. First, you need to create a group in your model via blockbench in JSON and give it a name. The example here is named water. This will be the element that you will animate, and you can put multiple elements in that folder. Below you will find an example animation file called rising_water. Blockanime. You can see that in Node Animations, there is a group named water, which is the name of the group in the model to which the animation will be applied. The only thing changing here is the position of the Y of the model. This will make the elements inside the water folder in your model change position, so they will go up by 8.5. Settings. 1. Position, will change the position of elements. 2. Orientation, will change the rotation of elements. 3. Shape stretch, will stretch the elements. 4. Shape visible, if the shape is hidden or not. You can view the example rising_water file below. Format version, 1. Duration, 50. Hold last keyframe, true. Node animations. Water. Position. Time, 0. Delta. X, 0. Y, 0. Z, 0. Interpolation type, smooth. Time, 50. Delta. X, 0. Y, 8.5. Z, 0. Interpolation type, smooth. Orientation. Shape stretch. Shape visible. Shape UV offset. Generic. To give you another example, we can take a look at how wardrobes are handled. 1. Wardrobes are using wardrobe_close. Blockanime and wardrobe_open. Blockanime. This is wardrobe_open. Blockanime. 1. There are multiple groups in Node Animations that will be animated: door L, door R, door knocker L, door knocker R, drawer. 2. You can open any wardrobe model and look at how the groups are made to give you a better idea. 3. The easiest animation here is the drawer, where only the Z position of the element is changed from 0 to 12 to 10. 4. Because it starts inside the wardrobe, it is then pulled out and subsequently moves back a little. Format version, 1. Duration, 50. Hold last keyframe, true. Node animations. Door L. Position. Orientation. Time, 0. Delta. X, 0. Y, 0. Z, 0. W, 1. Interpolation type, smooth. Time, 15. Delta. X, 0. Y, 0.866025. Z, 0. W, 0.5. Interpolation type, smooth. Time, 25. Delta. X, 0. Y, 0.793353. Z, 0. W, 0.608761. Interpolation type, smooth. Shape stretch. Shape. CurseForge support. Custom config files. This details how to create and register a custom configuration file using the server's codec system. The configuration class acts as a data model that defines the variables to be saved in the JSON file and how they are serialized/deserialized. Code structure. The following snippet shows how to define the config class and its associated codec. Public class example config. //1. Codec definition for serialization/deserialization. Public static final builder codec example config codec equals builder codec.builder, example config.class, example config new. Append, new keyed codec double, luck increase chance, codec.double. Xconfig, a double, extra info, xconfig.luck increase chance equals a double, // setter. Xconfig, extra info, xconfig.luck increase chance, // getter. Add. Build. //2. Configuration variable with default value. Private double luck increase chance equals 0.40. Public example config. Java. Registration in the main plugin. For the server to recognize and load the configuration file, it must be registered during the main plugin's initialization. Public class example plugin extends Java plugin. Private final config example config. Public example plugin, add non-null Java plugin init. Super, init. // registers the configuration with the file name example plugin. This .config equals this .with config, example plugin, example config.codec. Java. This .with config, this method links the file, which will be generated as combuas135_example plugin /example plugin.example.json, group_name/config name.example.json, inside the plugins folder in the root directory, with the codec defined earlier. If the file does not exist, it will be created with the default values defined in example config. A huge thank you to Buas for creating this tutorial.
That looks like it. That's all we got so far. Let's go over a few big takes. In most of the modding's in game, unless you want to do plugins. Adding blocks seems pretty easy. Changing block states seems pretty easy. Block animation seems pretty easy. These are all really great. Item categories being added, it seems easy. And Bedrock, Minecraft, these four are a nightmare if you can't even do most of these. Like block states is just a hellhole. You definitely can't do it without coding in TS or JS in most cases. So those are big deals. The rest are just other stuff. Showing commands nice. So yeah, I think that's pretty good. This is great information. It gets us going for blocks and gets us ready to start adding in fancy stuff. I really think the the most encouraging is the fact that we can do block animations and block interactions and states really easily. So being able to have a door or being able to have something that turns on and off, I think is really huge in the block side of it, and will make things so much more interactive and feel like they're alive versus how Bedrock and Minecraft do now. So that's a big one. That's great. So hopefully we'll get some more information coming out soon. I'll probably start putting together a guide on adding blocks in the process once the game comes out and I can get into the internal editor, and we'll just go from there. So thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring that bell. If there's any guides that you'd like to see first off or you think are a priority for the first day, put them in the comments or join the discords and let me know. You rock. Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're coming to you with another Hytale guide on attachments. So last time we talked about attachments and the naming, but Hytale has this fancy little button up here under elements at the very top here that has attachment piece. So if you click on this R attachment and you check that box, that's what's going to connect it and allow it to work as this guy, because they have the same name. So if they have the same name and this little box is checked under element, then that's going to allow them to go in and attach into that folder. So you can see here we've got our dude here, and we've got our hookah connected up on his hand, and now they're going to stay connected as he does his animations and stuff, because it's up in his hand. Because not just because we named them the same, but because we also checked this box under element. Now there's some other fun settings in here that you can check out for the shading, for double-sided. I assume this is for planes, and then they even have a little help icon, so you can hover over the help icon and make sure that you know what each of those does. So there you go. If you're trying and struggling to make an attachment attachable, that's what you need to do. You need to come up here, check that box, and then that allows you to import the attachment into this list, and it'll show up in the right or left hand, depending on which one that you name it. Now you don't have to do them as hands. You could do them as whatever you wanted to. You could say I want to make a hat, and you could click it, and you could say head, and you could go in and make a hat, and then it would just be a hat that would be on the attachment instead. So pretty cool. If you get in here and you're having some problems with the attachment's texture, you want to drag it into the workspace. So like over here, if you can see how it's not textured now, I drag it in, I import it, and then down here I'm going to right click on my attachment that I already imported, and under texture I'm going to select its texture, and then that will allow me to apply that texture to this guy. And that's really nice, because what if I had like 10 of these textures and I wanted to try out different ones and see how they matched up? Then I could just click and drag them all in, and I could flip between them so that we could see what the attachable looks like on that side. So there you go. That's how to get your attachments to work in Hytale. Get out there and make those swords and staffs and all of those other fun things that you want to do, shields and stuff, and get them ready. If you have any guide ideas or questions, let me know. Again, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and this has been a guide on how to do attachables to update the other guide we did before. Thanks for watching. Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're going to be talking about attachables again really quick. Check this button out up here. You got this little button that you can set for that attachment piece. Check that out. Check that out. There's even a little question mark. When checked, the node will be attached to a node at the same name when displayed as an attachable. So if we said this was going to be our R attachable, if you spell it right, attachable, then this would be on the right hand. Or you could change it to left, put on the left hand, or wherever you want to put it. So this is a pretty cool feature. It's up here on this elements. See the tab there? You can flip it around, but you want to click there. There's also a lot of other little things in here you might check through. There's always lit, reflection, reflective, standard, and flat. Kind of cool settings in there. So check it out. This will allow you to get those attachments to the right hand when you're doing it. Thanks for watching. Again, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted.
Digging in the dark, block by block, torch in hand, and we just don't stop. Boots hit dirt and the beat don't drop. We're digging in the dark, block by block. Logs on the fire, cold in the sky, build our world, don't ask why. Ain't no map, just trust the spark. We chase that dream in the pitch black dark. Digging in the dark, block by block, pickaxe swing and we roll non-stop. No kings here, just a humble crowd. We're digging in the dark, block by block. Place that block. Watch that spark. Love runs deep. Dig in the dark. Digging in the dark, block by block. Lantern row and the cold can't shop. Home is built where the wild hearts knock. We're digging in the dark, block, block.
Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're going to be helping out all of those new folks that are just getting started and just need a little bit of a help along the way. So we're going to install Blockbench, we're going to add in the Hytale plugin, and then we're going to make a chair, and we're going to try to do it as easy and slow and just smooth as possible so you can follow along. So get to your computer, pause the guide if you need to. If you got two screens, you can pull up the guide on the second screen, and on the first screen you could start following along. So the first thing we need to do is open up Chrome or your browser on a Windows computer, and we're going to go to blockbench.net. And once we get to blockbench.net, we're going to do the download option. Now we can't just open it in a web app because we want to use the plugins. So we're going to do download. And once we do download, we're going to run that download. And you have a few options here. There's an installer. So we're just going to click install. And then we're going to save it to our downloads folder. And then once we save it to our downloads folder, you can see it pops up over here. And we can click it, or we can click our Manila folder here, this guy, and it's going to open up a folder, and we go to downloads. And you can see you have downloads in a few places. You've got it right here, and then we're going to double click it, and then it's just going to start installing. Since I've already got mine installed, I'm gonna skip the next step, but pretty much you're just gonna hit next button a few times until it's installed. Okay, so now that we've got our block bench installed and we're ready to go, we are going to launch it. And it's this little block bench dude down here, the blue guy. And it starts up in a nice screen like this. And the first thing we want to do is we don't have any Hytale stuff here. So we're going to go up to File. And in File we have Plugins. And in Plugins we want to look for Available. And we have Hytale. We're going to click Hytale. We're going to click Install. And that's going to install the Hytale plugin into Blockbench. So again, we go to File, Plugins, Available, and if you can't find it, you could search for it, but it's typically right there, right in your view. And we want to click Hytale and then install. So now when we come back to the actual main screen, we have two different types. We've got characters, which is also attachables. So this would be stuff like the players and say like a chest or swords or monsters and mobs. And then we've got stuff like props, which are mostly just sitting. So they're a block, maybe a chair, something that just is going to sit there. So to make it easy, we're going to do a prop because we're going to do a chair to start. So we're going to click prop. It tells you what they are and it tells you its limitations. And then we're going to hit go. Now, the first thing we want to do is we just want to name it. So this is going to be my wooden chair. And I'm going to say wooden chair A because we'll probably have a lot of them. And then you have options of box UV and per face UV. And depending on how your workflow is, you'll get used to where you like these differently, or you might use them for different things. But for now, we're just going to do box UV, and we'll just leave everything else there. We don't really care for now. Okay, so there we go. Now we have just an empty, open work area. Now the something you want to keep in mind, since we're making a chair, we're making something, is which way it faces, what's forward. You want the chair to face forward when we start making it, right? So in Hytale, everything faces south. So you see the little north is this way, so we want to make it to where everything's looking that way. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to come over here, and we see how we have cubes and groups, and I'm going to create a group. And I'm going to name this group the root. And this is just our root bone that we're going to put all of the other chair bones in for now. And then I'm going to make a cube. And so now I have this fancy cube here. And it doesn't have a texture on it. It's just empty. It's kind of black. If you have marker color the plugin, then you could right click and you can say what color you want it to be. So I want to have it be yellow for me. Then you could change, or you could change brown since we're doing a chair, if you want it to be brown. So there's a nice basic, hey, here we go. We've got a cube. Now, it's just a cube game, right? So to make a chair, we would just start adding more cubes. Before we get started though, what we could Howdy, I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted, and today we're going to be talking about positions of items in hands. Everybody's been having problems with getting the position of the item to line up, and it's not an easy one, but I'm going to just show you a few examples really quick so that we can at least get you closer. So the thing that you've been doing right now is you have something that you don't like where it's at and you want to rotate it, and you open up Blockbench and you have everything in an R attachment, and you try to change the R attachment, or you try to change a child bone under it, and you do all these things and nothing works, and it's very frustrating. So I've had better luck moving the bone out of the R attachment, using the R attachment for wear, and just planning that it's middle, then moving this guy up or down and rotating him. So now when I do save model or export into the pack, see how it says it updated the asset, but nothing changed except the see what actually changed was what the one that was sitting over here changed, right? But if I pull up the actual asset editor, watch this. So let's go back to where we were. Let's sit down. See the position of it right now. It already said I saved. We'll do it again. Save model. Now we didn't change the model, let's change it. Save model. And it says it updated it, right? But nothing happens, and you think, well, that must not be the right thing. It's broken, it's not working, I'll try something else. But watch this. If I come in here and I just select off of it and select back on, it updates. So all of your trial and error and all of your logic that you've been building of how this works isn't accurate, because the client is not updating what's in the hand automatically when it says it is. You have to come in here and you have to toggle this thing back and forth and reload it manually before it updates. So we're going to do it again. So you've been turning these and doing all kinds of stuff, and it's just driving you crazy because it doesn't work. Nothing works. So you come in here and you save it, or you export it into your pack. You come over to your pack, it says it updates, and nothing happens. But if you come in here and you reload it, all of a sudden now it's in a different spot, rotated properly. Now you could try to use an animation and put an animation here, but then that causes other problems. And even this causes problems because the one that's sitting here it isn't supposed to be sitting, you know, like that is the top of that block, unfortunately. So now that looks good on the ground at least, but it doesn't look good when it's on, you know, this guy. If it's even gonna let me do it. It doesn't look good when it's there. And it doesn't look good in my hands, right? Because now it's too tall. So I'm gonna say, oh, well, I need to move it down. So I move it down so it looks good. And I rotate it back. And I say save. Same thing. Says it updated it, but it didn't. So I pull it up here. I go to the model. I go back. And voila. So this is probably the problem you've been having. Sorry that the workflow is so poor. I don't know who to submit this to, you know, with their team to fix it or make it better, but at least you have a guide from CyberAxe to help you not lose your mind. I'm CyberAxe with Outlandishly Crafted. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring that bell, and hopefully you'll see me tomorrow.